Basically, the goal is really to connect folks and communities. And we're going to be also talking with the executive director of the National Black Justice Coalition, Mr. David Johns, about the interplay between technology and specifically Haber and how we can be using technologies to keep our communities more safe. So I'll just go ahead and kick it right off. Keola, just tell us a little bit about yourself. Tell us about Haber. Tell us about, what really prompted the idea.
Hi. Hi everyone. Thank you so much, Megan, for having me. Thank you, David, for joining. And my name is Keola, first of all, and I started Haber in 2016. And being a new mom and trying to find a safe place for me and my daughter and my family, my growing family at the time, it was a big deal. It was the first time I started looking for a place to live through the lens of, is it safe enough for me to, bring my child there? Are we going to be up all night? Can I take her out, for a walk in the neighborhood? And Haber was just an idea that I had, kind of like, I was an avid like Yelper and researcher whenever it came to, figuring out where I'm going to go to eat, where am I going to go hang out, even on like vacation, TripAdvisor, like, we do the research, and but we do all of this extensive research when it comes to like traveling and like eating out. But when it comes to like you're finding your home, there wasn't that much information available outside of like asking the realtor, as like you couldn't ask a neighbor for per se unless you knew someone that already lived there, which that hardly ever is the case.
Right.
So I just thought to myself, why isn't there a platform where I can reach out to the people who actually lived in the building before and say, hey, what was your experience like? And that's where the wheels started turning. And we created an app back in 2016 and launched it then. And it basically, in this time, I've been trying to figure out, outside of just having ratings and reviews, how can we use it to build more of a connection between neighbors, so that I can't just have the ability to reach out. I think one of the benefits to this new launch that we have now, this new release, is that we can actually communicate with the people in the building once we join the building. So once you sign on to Haber and you join a community or a building, then you have access to everyone else who is subscribed to that building as well, and you can have a conversation, and you can ask specific questions, and actually meet people that live there without physically meeting people that live there. So that Haber is right now, and I'm really excited about this version of it, and interested to see how it helps build communities.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's really exciting. There is something to be said about how, large social media platforms like Facebook, but I think, what your app is really bringing to the table is really creating a microcosm, creating where people who being that everything is so digital now, you're kind of missing that community and connection. I think this is a great way to integrate that. So with that being said, I'd love to kick it to David. In your position as a leader of an organization, as someone who builds communities and brings communities together, can you just speak to a little bit about how a Haber or apps like Haber can benefit, why apps like Haber are important?
Yeah, I can definitely do that. I appreciate Keola for her leadership. And there are two words that come to mind to me that I will talk about. One is community, and the second is safety. I'll start at the end and then I'll work my way backward. So I lead the National Black Justice Coalition. We're the nation's only civil rights organization intentionally and unapologetically at the intersections of racial equity and LGBTQIA plus equality. And that's important now because it is often the case that Black people in America don't feel safe. Us leaving our homes, if we are lucky enough to have a home, often puts us at risk at risk of encountering police or state-sanctioned actors who believe that they've been appointed to act as police,
Right.
who are policing our moves and dictating where we can and can't go and what we can and can't do while we're there. There are laws in a lot of the states where Black people are disproportionately concentrated that still make it legal to deny us access to public accommodations, things like gas stations or hospitals or even restaurants, right? And when you are Black and have an intersectional identity, so you are Black and queer or trans or non-binary, or you are Black and have a disability, or you're Black and you're a single parent, or you're Black and you're a young parent, when you're Black and ... you're exposed to more violence, you're exposed to more forms of institutional oppression. And so having resources like Haber that allow you to cut through the malaise, that allow you to connect with real people, that allow you to do things that you can't really do on Yelp or on Facebook is incredibly important, especially because the safety of Black people is often in question. It is now August. Every month, every week rather, since the beginning of June, there have been at least 2 Black trans women or femme-identified folks murdered that we know of. And so their ability to engage in community conversations using apps and other tools like Haber can be life-saving. The second thing that comes to mind around, I'm sorry, am I talking too loud?
Oh no, I said right. No, I'm agreeing.
The second, this is why this is better in person, these conversations. The second part is community, right? I laughed when you started to talk about both the blessing and the curse of digital platforms. And you know, Facebook is the platform that shall not be named because they're not being as responsible as they otherwise could be, and holding people accountable for telling the truth. And I remember when Facebook was initially established, when my mama couldn't get on Facebook, when you had to be at not only a university, but at a certain group of universities as it was rolled out. And the thing that I enjoyed most then that I miss now is that while I felt more connected to people that I wouldn't see because we didn't live in the same dorm or maybe we didn't go to the same university, there was still an actual community. And because Facebook has grown and is a global entity that, you know, there are very few barriers to entry aside from those that require you to have technology and broadband access, which again, if you're poor, you're a person of color, you're queer, or you have a disability, it's significant. I don't want to diminish that, but there are lots of people on it and it can be really challenging to establish community. There are similar apps, Kyola and I were talking about this, that will allow you to ask questions of people in a vicinity or in a community, but not one that allows you to ask the kinds of questions that you otherwise might want to ask your neighbors. And so as we think about what it means to live under quarantine still in this pandemic caused by COVID and the related crises that so many of us are experiencing, having tools like Haber are incredibly important.
Absolutely. And I think another part of the conversation, you know, once again, speaking about the platform that we're not naming right now, but, you know, that's a huge platform. That's a huge company, multi-billion-dollar company. And I think that another part of this discussion really should talk about Yola and the representation that she brings to the table. You know, I worked with some women on Capitol Hill on a roundtable for women tech founders. And the data that we found was really disheartening. When we talk about venture capital, we talk about representation of women in tech, and then also Black women in tech. The numbers are startling. Can you just both talk a little bit about, you know, for example, how, you know, apps like Haber are basically stepping into the future, connecting community in the context of the way that the world is moving, and why that ties to why it's so important for more people like Keola to have the opportunity to be properly invested in?
So thank you for asking that. My experience actually, you know, like I said, I've been doing this since 2016, and you know, the times that I've, you know, pitched and, you know, met with investors, I've always been the Black person or the Black woman in the room. And it's, you know, it's challenging because we, like, even coming into it, you know, that's going to be a hurdle that you face. And that a lot of times the people that are sitting on the other side of the investor desk is, you know, they don't look like us, you know. And so it's almost like you have to build that credibility. And a lot of times it's like, well, even I'll tell you, I'm not from, like, I don't have a tech background. Like I come from media. All of my experience has been in media and project management. But, you know, I'm also like, I I've had a lot of experience. You know, I'm very experienced. Like I have a lot of tech information because I do study a
Right.
significant amount. And, you know, because like I said, I built this from the ground up. Like I didn't essentially know how to sit there and wireframe when I first started, but that's something that I learned. And I sat there and I drew everything out, and I, you know, studied how an app should function, and I created the whole the user journey. Like that's stuff that I had to do on my own. But you know, so a lot of people are just, you know, even investors are like, well, you know, she's not from Silicon Valley. She didn't do this. Like, it's almost like you have to start from behind the eight ball. And it was, you know, for me, there was a level of like imposter syndrome. I think we experienced that a lot, especially,
Right.
you know, everyone is already saying that they don't have as much faith in us as they do. And then we kind of take a little bit of that on, even if we know our capabilities. And it was disheartening in the beginning, but seeing how far the app has come, seeing how, and just understanding the value in what I am trying to build, that's kept me going. And but it's hard. It's difficult to see that we are such a small percentage of the companies that get invested in. But I choose not to focus on that too much, because I do know a lot of Black tech women in tech and entrepreneurs that have been successful, and those are the people that I follow, I reach out to, I build connections with, because they understand. And I'll say Black women reach back. They do. Like
Yeah.
I talk to like somebody that I reach out to is like Angela Benton. She's incredible. I reached out to her early when I started the app, and she would like just give feedback on what I was doing, and say, you think about this, and you might want to look into this and research this, or talk to this person, because it's not easy, and the info isn't readily available. So, and other people that are in the field that don't look like us aren't necessarily taking the step seriously. So for me, it's always been just to push a lot of what is the reality according to the numbers out of my head, and to continue to do things and to progress my app and my business the way that I know that the impact that it's going to create. So as difficult as it is, it's been even better, having people see the value in it as well.
Absolutely. I'll pose a slightly different question to you, David. When we're talking about representation in tech, some things that we think about are the algorithms that are used to design and target information on platforms and on online communities like Haber and others. David, could you just talk a little bit about why representation is important, in terms of development of algorithms and how that impacts the communities that you represent in your organization?
Yeah, I love the question. It always makes me think about when I learned the story of airbags and how it was the reality that engineering teams, being the way that most things are when we don't have conversations acknowledging not only equity, but that the reality is that most things that are good in the world are because of women, and in particular Black women, that people fail at things. And so as I understand it, many of the car companies that were attempting to make airbags because people were dying during car accidents were mostly white men. And they were designing airbags to fit themselves, and people were still dying when they were then testing out the product. And it was not until engineering teams diversified and brought on women engineers and engineers of color that they found a way to engineer airbags that fit more people and reduce the overall number of deaths. It's also why we have cup holders, because women are smart and they think about things that men don't think about, right, in engineering teams. And so I say that as an example that's not really mired right now in talking about intersectional challenges that people might face when they're trans, gender nonconforming, or they're otherwise queer, but just to acknowledge the importance of diversity. And the reality is that all companies, and we continue to talk about tech companies as if you can actually exist in our global reality and not be tech-based in some way, which to me complicates what it means to think about tech companies. But that having been said, the reality is that the plurality of diversity that exists in our country should be reflected in our workforce in every sector. And we know that when that happens, we all win. The other thing that I think is really important to your question about algorithm development and what this means for diversity is that when tools, when algorithms, when apps, when user experiences are designed with diversity accounted for, and I mean diversity with capital D, right?
Right.
Not just again with regard to sexual identity, gender orientation, or expression, but thinking about people who have disabilities. Many Black people have disabilities because we were born with them or we've been made to have them as a result of the anti-Blackness and white supremacy. And so having those considerations be a part of the process from the beginning means that once people, diverse people, are able to access the app, they will then find a place for themselves in it. It also will reduce the likelihood of algorithms being misused or being used in ways that trigger people or otherwise cause additional harm, which is something that's incredibly important when you think about the experiences of people who are, again, Black and queer, trans, or non-binary, thinking about algorithms or even thinking about language that might not be sensitive to pronouns or diverse forms of gender expression or just diverse forms of being. Will make it so that people don't feel a part of a community and otherwise are unable to use an app that's supposed to be designed for them to celebrate community and otherwise feel safe.
Absolutely. I think, in this conversation, I feel like, talking about Haber and talking about Keola and talking about, the way that you self-taught yourself to, engage in tech and how it had an outgrowth from a real problem really underscores everything we've been talking about. You know, Tech is integrated in all forms and sectors of our life. And I think that the more we have these conversations, we have folks like Keola who are being leaders, and folks like you who are also stepping out and speaking up for these communities, we'll really start to see and develop change because it's definitely necessary. That I
Can
definitely.
I say one thing before you go to the next question, which is to acknowledge that, like, what you said is so true. And my worry, let me back up and say that I just want, because I've not said this to Keola, I'm so very proud of her. If that does nothing more, her having found a way to hack a solution to a problem that was real in her life is significant. And that's what Black folks do, right? Like, there are Black folks giving ride shares before Uber made it a thing, right? And so what I worry most about is that entrepreneurs, Black women like Keola. We were talking earlier about our sister friend, Suzette. We were also talking about Ifioma Ike, right? Like Black folks who innovate in ways that Keola has. And I say this knowing that she's faced challenges that would break the average mediocre white boy who's been given these tools that she had to teach herself. I want to celebrate her having done that work. And I want to be clear that what often happens is that success looks like a company like Facebook buying or stealing Haber, right? And stealing the equity that she has invested. And I want us all to be mindful of that and to protect her and her work as she continues to provide solutions for our community.
Yes, absolutely. I think that, I would love to have, you or you and Keola to come back for another conversation. We could just have a whole conversation talking about IP, talking about patent ownership. I feel like that is the part of the conversation that's missed. A lot of time we're talking about access to capital and access to education. That's also important, but ownership is really key. That's the way we're going to be able to protect these inventions and really build equity in this space. Speaking of building equity in this space, I want to kick Yola. Tell us how we can support. Tell folks, are you raising money? We know that you recently launched. Let us know where we can find Haber. Let us know, if you want to be speaking somewhere else, because it starts here. We have to, create these platform forms for each other, and just let us know how best we can support you.
Thank you so much. So the current version that is the release that is now in the Apple Store it's only available in New York City and New York, New Jersey, and on iOS currently. And that's because we want to just make sure that we're doing the right things and that it's actually servicing the communities that we would like for it to service, and we're kind of just giving it a chance to evolve at this point. So right now we're just asking people to download the app, add their building if it's not there, join their building, and start just using it. Like, dig into it. Let us know what's working and what's not working. Because as much as having a product out there is fun and it's an incredible. We actually need people to tell us what they need and how it could work better for them. And you know, if adding something like David said, like just identifying your community. Like let's say we want to identify a building as someplace where, you know, LGBT people are, they feel like they feel safe there. There's a community there. Like feel like for me, but when I was finding a place as a mom, finding other moms was really important for me, and that was what I identified at that point. It was really important to have some place where I can go, and I know there's other kids there. My daughter is very social, and just being able to say that this is some place that I know that I can have that kind of support was really important. So for me, that's something. If there's moms that can reach out to each other within the app, and it's important for me to note that when you join a building, you join a community, you have access to communicate with the other people in the building, and those conversations. Those conversations are they're between you and that person, but you can also just have general conversations on the building page where you can ask a question and you don't have to essentially join the building community and have direct contact with the people who have also joined that same building. But it's a way for you to not, like, I don't have to run into someone to find out that they live in my building, which is now, especially with COVID, I'm never outside. So running into people is a thing of the past. Like, you know, it was easier pre-COVID, but now it's even just going through this. It was just finding anyone at this point to say like, hey, to check in. Are you guys okay? Hey, I have like a neighbor that's an older woman that, you know, she always like collects the packages, and she'll like, and we exchange numbers because she'll text me and say, hey, I saw your package in the lobby, I picked it up. And all COVID, I'm just like, do you need something? I'm running to the store, I'm making a store run, I can pick you up something, but I only have her information. There's like 80 apartments in my building, and I could have, you know, helped someone else that needed something that didn't necessarily couldn't make it out until a few days later or whatever the case may be. But it's like you don't know anyone because we just live there. We're not necessarily living there to and thinking beyond making friends or even just like being a neighbor anymore. Like that's not even an idea like that we do anymore. Like I when I was growing up, I knew everyone in my building, but it was a small building. We don't have that kind of community anymore, and that's what I'm trying to put back into the world with this app.
Well, I'll go ahead and leave it there. I think that your neighbors are lucky to have you. Your children are lucky to have you. You know, thank you both. Thank you, David, also for taking the time. I'm glad we got to touch on some really important issues. I look forward to future conversations.
Thank you so much, Megan. It was a pleasure. And thank you, David.
Pleasure. Thank you both.
Thank you. Okay. All right.
Yola, we haven't even talked about, are we still recording?
Yeah.
We're still recording. Hold on. Let me see if I could stop it. Okay. Go ahead. I went ahead and stopped the recording.
I it was okay.
Helping her
I, Portia Monique, Tierra Berry at Tierra. That was your moment to say at.
The shade.
At the Shea Berry, period.
Hold on. It was okay.
Helping her
I,
The sun is shining, shining, nice and bright, bright. The birds are chirping, chirping, and I'm ready to fly. Time to get ready, ready for another day. Hey, no one can stop us. Oh, we gon' learn to play. Oh, every day we learn and play. We do our best, so we'll be great. Oh, 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 oh. You do your best, best, and I do mine, mine. So let's get ready, ready, ready. 'Cause it's about that time. Good morning, good morning to you. Good morning, how do you do? Good morning, time to be great. Good morning, time to race. Good morning, your dance and play. Good morning, so start the day. Good morning, open your eyes. Good morning, reach for the sky. Good morning, 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 morning to you. Good morning, 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 how do you do? Good morning, 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 morning to you. Good morning, 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 how do you do? Good morning. You see me on my grind. Woo, stars got to shine. I'm a supernova. Yeah, you see me taking over. Yeah, I'm on the move. I got a way to ride to it. So let me hear you say, every day we gonna learn and play.
every day we're gonna learn and play. It is your day. It's right here. Rolling Out AM is the place to be with Tierra the Berry, and of course Portia Monique.
Hey y'all, hey, good
Good
morning.
morning.
Think. Vote.
We can't hear you, Romeo.
Hey, look, I'm just honored to be in Portia Monique's presence this morning.
Okay.
Y'all,
I don't
He
know what's going
ready.
on. I don't know
He's
what's
ready.
going on.
that's so
I don't know.
interesting how other people see you and you sitting up here, you be thinking in your head, all in your head, like, I didn't do this, I didn't do that, but we gonna roll with it. And everybody else be like, she ready.
I didn't know.
Because I'm like, I still have to X, Y, and Z, but it's cool because I got coffee and I'm good.
Okay.
Hey, I'm just honored. I didn't know about the Vogue cover. I didn't know about
God.
Congratulations.
Yeah.
Congratulations, I guess.
Thank
Jesus.
you. Somebody start singing congratulations. Mussin.
Congratulations.
Not that one.
Which one?
Yeah, which one?
Congratulations.
I couldn't
know
do
that
that if I
song.
tried. I couldn't do that if
I
I
thought it
tried.
would have been me. That's all.
Okay, well,
Won't he do it?
Yeah.
clearly
Won't
me and
he
T
do
are
it?
lost.
Won't he do it?
He
We'll get a
will.
ditto on that, you know. We'll see a ditto on that. Congratulations.
I'm still finding my octave. I don't know if I'm a tenor, soprano, alto.
Come on, just bring them on the show. Bring the Spellman Glee Club on the show, and you know, let's do that. Bring them on.
Yeah, I'm gonna invite them, and I'll choir direct.
Yeah. Well, we know Dr. Paula. We know Dr. Paula, so just reach out for Paula. You want me to call her? Tell her to bring him on the show?
Sure. If there's, I mean, I don't even know if they've been practicing.
I
My
think-
friends this semester have been going through it, y'all. Shout out to all the students in college right now, Zoom University doing virtual learning, because I can't even imagine. I did my last 3 months of undergrad virtual learning, and it was a lot. So I can only imagine what it's like to do a full semester of that.
I
What's
get
it
it.
called? Zoom University.
Zoom
Yeah,
University.
that's all the kids all around.
Mm-hmm.
My
Comcast University, because it's their cable, it's their fiber, it's their optics that everybody's on. I'm with it. Thank God for internet essentials.
Yeah.
Better get used to it. You better call your local cable company and get it boosted up and get ready.
Yep,
This
call
ain't
Comcast
stopping.
today.
Call Comcast.
No.
This ain't stopping.
2021, I will have a
2022.
tailgate.
2022.
I will be back at somebody's homecoming. I will be on somebody's yard. 2021, please.
2020.
2022.
Look,
2022.
Yeah, I'm gonna tell you this, and I don't want to hurt your feelings or shock you. Even as a popular DJ, I'm telling cats no.
Not popular.
Like
I need
I'm
y'all to know
telling
popular. Okay, because
Like-
I'm a popular DJ. Okay, go ahead. I'm
He
sorry.
said normally I'm booked and busy, but
right. I'm telling people off top, like if you don't have these top 5 standards, Romeo can't step in the building. And a lot of my fellow DJs who have kept up with the pace, I would say out of 10, I want to say 6 out of 10 have got sick. 6 out of 10. Yeah.
You
6
know,
out of 10 got sick.
your favorite Iris Baker said, let's get started and good morning to everybody. And Kathleen
good morning.
said
Colin.
all those things about everybody's uptight. You know, another one bites the dust. 50 Cent comes out. Obviously, everybody's on the chat. You're right. There is a huge concern about what's happening, but you know, everybody might not know what's going on. But I'm with you, Kathleen. Let's get started. Romeo International, what's happening? Tierra's report.
I'm doing my
Let's
watch party,
do
y'all.
it. Yeah, I just started mine.
Do it.
All right. Romeo, you know this is your favorite topic, so I had to bring it back just for you. Dr. Dre's wife alleges that his rampant and repeated marital misconduct was the reason for their split. Now, I can believe this because I don't know if y'all saw, what's her name? Miss Chalet's movie that she did with
Documentary.
Lifetime. Yeah. I don't want to go into detail about that, but you know, I can see how she can make claims that it was a lot of marital misconduct going on.
Y'all know he put that girl through the ringer like that. Nobody has to guess about that. So I think she put it lightly in the divorce decree that it was marital misconduct or whatever. Yeah, rampant. Yep, we believe you. You don't have to say nothing else. We believe you.
Yep.
Well, the
Wife
interesting
of
thing is
24 years.
He has a shady, 50 Cent, Dr. Dre. We could get to Dr. Dre. Because at the end of the day, all of your audience is talking about 50 Cent. And Dr. Dre clearly is
I
already.
don't like to talk about 50 Cent.
If you
Think he gonna come for you?
if you just want money,
Don't.
look, if she just want money, just say you want money. Like leave that. Let's not. Oh, I went through turmoil.
Yeah, listen, she did.
It's for
She
the
did
kids.
24 years.
She did what? Well, say that again. How you said that? She what?
24
She
years
what?
of her life she will never get back.
She wasn't in prison. She didn't do 24
Oh,
years.
she was in prison.
Stop, man. Y'all don't stop. Come on, man.
Oh, she was in prison.
Okay.
I love how women twist that narrative just a little bit.
I can't do my thing.
Just a little. So there was 24 years of no happiness. Is that what you're telling me?
I mean, I wasn't in their house. But
Okay. There we go.
Woo. Woo.
There we go.
What else you got?
Just say you want the money.
Speaking of relationships, Taraji P. Henson confirmed that she split from her ex-fiance. And, you know, Taraji is now working on somewhat of a talk show that discusses a lot of mental health of different celebrities and people in the culture. And she said that a large reason for her split is because she wanted to do couples counseling and he wasn't with it. She wanted to grow in their relationship and figure things out, and he wasn't willing to do that. So they basically just grew apart.
You know what? You know what that goes back to is a conversation that we was having a month ago, and everybody was jumping on me, Munson in the mirror, when the conversation was about, you know, how long do you stay in a relationship? And here's my personal theory, right? If we're dating for a year and then growing for a year, if you don't know what you want to do within that third year, you wasting time. That's how I personally feel. Like within that 3-year span, if you don't know what you want to do, hey, you wasting time. And I know a lot of people be like, well, it depends on the other person. First of all, ladies and gentlemen, if you're, this is just a personal joke of mine. If you've been dating somebody for 7 years, it's a wrap. It ain't happening, Captain. So
happening. Listen, y'all. So on last week's wind up, we had guest Krista Renee Hazlett. Anyway, she gave me my own section. So shout out to her for giving me my own section on my show. It was just a suggestion, but we took it. It's called Portia's Predictions. And so I said this a whole month ago, maybe maybe 2 months ago, when we stopped seeing all of the pictures on her social. We stopped seeing all of the, she stopped posting really. And then all of a sudden around her birthday, she comes out with this massive photo shoot. She wanted everybody to know. We looking at her finger. Ain't nobody talking about her being engaged. I told the girls on the wind up, I said, I don't know, y'all. I think she is not seeing this guy anymore. She's not engaged any longer. And they were like, you might be right. And then, of course, it comes out, CNN confirmed it. You know, if CNN confirmed it, it's true.
I thought Portia Monique confirmed it, you know.
Well, it was Portia's predictions.
It was,
definitely said.
Portia probably confirmed it, too. I think you should just call Taraji up, get her on the phone, just get her to understand what if she's going to pay him for him to go away.
You think she's going to have to pay him to go away?
She shouldn't have to pay him, right?
I don't know. I'm just making conversation. It's morning. It's breaking.
Pay him to go away.
Well, I'm going to get married.
Shout out to Iris Baker.
Hey, Iris.
Shields, the whole team. I just want to.
I
just want to talk to the Rolling Out family on the AM. You know, we haven't said hello to on Portia. I would just like to say and acknowledge our team, the team Rolling Out there. Who's out there for the AM.
Let me tell y'all what Iris said. Iris said, to be honest, okay, she don't care about these celebrities' relationships because they be jumping from one relationship to another. Girl, I get you. I'm there. And then she said, okay. And then D said, it's the Oprah Stedman flow for me. Marriage is not the only option for peace and love. Speaking of peace and love, we have a conference coming up. Peace and Purpose, December 4th through the 6th. Be sure to look out for information. Details is coming soon about our Peace and Purpose conference.
Y'all just jumped down that man's throat. That was quick. He didn't even finish the sentence. He was just like,
purpose.com.
Jesus.
Y'all,
I was about to say,
and purpose.
I was about to say run, Munson, because I was like, I got scared for him.
I love it.
But I do agree with that.
Right. I think we're just at a moment. You know, I think. But when you talk,
I was gonna say I do agree.
I think the frightening thing that is the most disconcerting about all these people coming out and endorsing somebody else is that that actually makes you anti-pro-Black woman. Like, how can you be anti and not pro-Black woman? Like, there is a Black woman on the ticket. Like, how can you?
We went back to voting. Okay, so
notoriously, 50 Cent isn't really pro-Black woman to me.
I'm just saying. I was sharing.
He's gotten backlash in the past few months about only dating exotic-looking Black women when he dates them. If he's not dating, he's just like that.
I saw that tax bracket break now, and I mean, it didn't change my opinion, but who I'm voting for. But man, if that is real, 62% in New York, that's a lot. I'm just saying, 62% is a lot. So maybe it was just him trolling or joking or whatever like that. I think people are so sensitive, man. I get it. These are sensitive times, and you can't joke about certain things when it comes to the election. I'm with you on that.
Well, that's 50 Cent.
I think if you take
anything that he wants to joke about, that's number
right.
150.
I think.
Go ahead, Tiara.
No, I just think 50 Cent, to Portia's point, like we don't really take him seriously as the voice of the Black community anyway. Like he has never said anything to me like, oh, I'm really gonna ride with 50 Cent on this one. No.
But he is the only person that checked Kanye. Now I want to be super clear about this. Out of everybody in the industry, him and T.I. are the only two industry artists that came out and vocally
maybe
checked
publicly
Kanye.
checked him. I'm sure he was checked.
I'm sure, yeah. I'm sure Jay-Z made a phone call.
Love the word levity, Miss Collins. Love the word. And I think it really speaks to the things, and even Dee's question, who heard it? I think the fact that people aren't operating in the love Kamala it's a lot. It's coming out on where you are on Black women. Like, can you really be down with Black women? Mm-hmm. It's a moment. It's a moment for us not to be selfish. This is a selfless time. Voting is not just about you. It's about everybody that you positively or negatively impact with your vote.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
But is it against Black women though, or like should it really be targeted just against Black women, or just the overall betterment of the country? Because I don't want to make it a yeah, we know Kamala's on the ticket. We know that's a powerful statement, but I don't want to make it an attack against women. I would prefer to make it an attack against us as an overall
principles.
Right.
I agree with what you're saying, but I want to make sure that we're really getting granular. Mm-hmm. Like you have a vested interest in seeing this Black woman win. Correct. Anything you do makes her not win. Anything you do makes every young Black woman that's dreaming in life of being in the White House, you're diminishing that opportunity. What you can't see, can't be.
Right.
So here we are eliminating the opportunity. You gotta remember, all the activities that happen at the White House, from young kids going to the Easter egg hunt when you can do it, and we're not in a pandemic, from them being able to see and be hosted there. I mean, the difference is there's no invitations going out to our community now. There are no judges. So all these young women who are become judges in cities and states around the country, their next growth as a judge is ultimately to be at the Supreme Court. We've yet to have a Black woman on the Supreme Court. I mean, that was part of, when we demanded it. So, the trajectory is really important, particularly for Black women. When all these young Black women are winning court positions and judge positions, their whole idea is the ascension of justice for our community. And so when you're not doing this, you're against Black women. It is very obvious. Like you can't be for both. You can't do both because you only got one vote.
Do you think that consciously 50 Cent is thinking about that type of impact when he makes these crazy statements? Or is he just saying, I don't want to pay these taxes?
Well, I definitely think there's some truth to it, but I also think that he is speaking out to be controversial. Just to stay in the news, like whether or not he votes for him, that's whatever, do you, nobody cares, right. But don't get on your public platform and tell your millions of followers who to vote for. Like if you're gonna sit up there and say I'm voting for Trump, that's cool, do you. However, don't sit up there and endorse it to your millions of fans and say y'all vote for him too. Vote for whoever you want to vote.
But our babies deserve
because his fans
more. Our babies deserve more. And we need to all make sure that we put a note on all of this behavior. It's not something we should forget. It's not something we should begin to endorse. We need to make sure that we are thinking about these young girls who are still developing, thinking in their mind, learning to write, learning to read. And when they're reading about Kamala Harris, they're thinking about it. For young girls who all their life, they wanted to be an AKA, go to Howard, and now they can see themselves in the White House, I mean, you know, the impact is way too important for us to talk about the deceivers. We need to talk about the deceivers.
You know what's crazy about that statement? I think Munson brought this up Thursday. And this is to take credit away from 50 Cent. I've realized a very, very few artists have active followers. And what I mean by active is Beyonce, Taylor Swift, Nicki Minaj, Justin Bieber. Like if they make a statement with the action to it, their people will do it.
It's cult.
It's funny.
Cult. Or they have a cult following.
Yeah.
They got
Like watching
followers, active followers,
right.
not necessarily
watching Travis Scott, watching Kylie, is it Kylie? Watching Kylie Jenner, Beyonce. Like if Beyonce said go buy pink, the color pink, like her people would really go buy pink. So I don't think 50 Cent has that type of weight. I don't really think people pay him no attention. Now, if it would have came from somebody else who have active followers, it would have probably been an impact.
I mean, he's just notoriously controversial.
Well,
I don't even think 50 takes what he says seriously all the time.
You have an entire country talking about it because it's so old and people are so tired. I mean, this race has been like 2.5 years.
I'm just saying.
You know, they made up.
No, for real.
Man ain't gonna
I
leave.
just want it to be over.
I just want it to be over.
Somebody win, please.
Yeah, the general media is just made up issues. This man ain't gonna leave the White House just because he says it. He can say whatever he wants. They're gonna put him out. Tell the Secret Service, stand down, or you will not get it.
Stand back and stand by.
I mean, but so it's this whole conjured up. Let's take more air out of the oxygen out of the room. And you have everybody being complicit in this. You've got great intellectuals right now talking about racism. So anytime all of a sudden you start supporting the caste, the oppressors, and you're Black, you know, your Constitution, we've got to figure out the Black Constitution. You know, love Black Lives Matter, but maybe we need a Black Constitution.
We need more, yeah.
One that we can write for ourselves. That is inclusive. The Black Constitution, Portia.
That'd be dope. That should be dope.
And I always knew growing up how important the president was, but I feel like more and more our country is turning into like a monarchy type of one person versus a society effort.
Don't believe that. I mean, this whole evolution for y'all young millennials took place on social. I mean, they completely, monarchs wouldn't have half the conversation. They'd be like, mute.
Yeah. Yeah.
And y'all know Tiara is Gen Z, so sometimes, you know.
Yeah, we just be like, forget the way the whole country set up.
Clearly, it's been a fun ride, because if you had a monarchy, they would be like, no COVID, everybody stay home, suffer, the industry is
we don't care if you eat.
You got to be in your house. Why you out? Or you mean you're not wearing a mask? Put you in jail. So no, we're not in a monarchy. It's an interesting idea, though.
Right.
Yeah, I just don't like the idea of the president being the most important person in the country.
I think the stock market is the most important thing in this country. I think at the end of the day, that the stock market is the most important thing to people. How much money are you making? This is a capitalistic society. It is not about democracy. It is truly about capitalism and keeping people where they are. I mean, part of our uprising is about us. The fact that we're underpaid, the fact that women are underpaid, under the underpaid, and then Black people are under the underplay. So, you know, it's a real issue for all of us. So it is a capitalistic society. That is what it is about. Capitalism. They figured out how to keep the dollars and the energy and the economy moving forward. You know, you're in a business that got impacted by this. You know, shout out to all those workers that are in tourism, hotel workers. I mean, this is a painful moment for those individuals. You don't see it, but it's real.
No, it is. I think we've all suffered, you know.
I've always said, Tiara, and I've always believed there's 7 people that run the world, right? And they're not on the Forbes list. I ain't
Beyonce? You talking about Beyonce?
No,
Beyonce and Michelle Obama.
No, I'm going back to what, no, I'm reverting to what Munson just said. If I go back to the money, when it goes to Wall Street and stock, there's 7 people who are
Like
not
a Warren Buffett.
Nah, not even him. I'm talking about I've always believed in the concept of legacy money, like those legacies that were built.
So like a Rockefeller.
Yeah, that's been passed on, like the wealth that can't be accounted for. Those cats ain't on no Forbes list because they don't want their name on no Forbes list.
Right.
But do they control the narrative of the country? Do they control how Wall Street moves or stock markets move? Yeah.
Yeah.
I guarantee. Yeah, those type of people, I believe they exist.
Yeah.
Conspiracy.
I like that conspiracy a lot, though.
Man, Munson probably know because he up there. Munson know. Munson know
if your brother was even near there, I probably would have a school, rolling out university, something. It's interesting when you think about us as a people, the individuals that move things forward, that created colleges, and what we're creating now. I just wonder when we really look back and think about Romeo holding your Black Constitution. We should really have in February a Black Constitutional retreat, just like a virtual retreat where we literally talk about if we had a constitution for Black people so we could stop not being together, like just really come together and create a constitution that really looked at ourselves and talked about how we would treat each other, how we would love each other, and how we wouldn't murder each other, and how we could get our economic goals together and get reparations for at least future generations of our children.
Do you think with that type of constitution, there would be more cities like Atlanta, or like hubs where Black people would congregate and live amongst each other? Or should we keep spreading that out amongst the nation?
I don't even think that they would.
I think we could be more intentional about our treatment of each other. I definitely think that we should come together as it relates to blocks. We shouldn't take our voting blocks for granted, and we shouldn't allow so much gentrification. Many times we by the time we figure out to come back into a city and invest, the property is tripled, and now you're paying retail for something that you could have bought and held like everybody else, just buy and hold. So I think when you think about that, you got to have vision, and it's not a 5-year vision. It's like, do you have an Acorns account? So, you can invest.
And I think that's a fear, TR. Like black people in power, that's a fear. Because even if you think about it, all the top Black athletes, celebrities, investors, bankers, whatever like that, let's say all of them got together and said, we're gonna build this city.
Right.
Man, they ain't letting that happen.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Is the proximity of successful Black people, like, will that, if we create Tulsa all over again,
right?
But in 10 different states, each city have that.
It actually created itself again. I think the question isn't, you're $1 trillion economy. So the question isn't should we or could we, it just really means it's a huge commitment to actually putting our dollars together and demanding part of the dollars that we don't get. Like half of that growth you're talking about is the fact that we get less. Instead of Romeo being booked 20 times by a PepsiCo, we've got to ask those questions. We can't just, we love it when you have one Mountain Dew commercial. We've got to have the president of Pepsi saying, you know what, we're going to invest in Black media. We're going to invest in Black DJs. We're going to make sure we're a part of all of the culture and community, not just our dollars, not take our money at the aisles, but make us a part of what you're doing and have Black executives at all these companies. We're still
How do you feel about, instead of going to be executives at the company, do like a Master P thing and start your own rice, start your own noodles, start your own pancakes? Is that a vision that we should implore?
Oh, there's no doubt about production and products. That's how you get your $1 trillion back.
Right.
If I've got a female coloring book and you're buying a book and you like to color, then you should find somebody in your community that makes that product.
Yeah.
The biggest thing we want is shelf space. So when you hear people talking about shelf space, that's critical. So no, you have to have the products, I mean, you see it in the hair industry, but we're talking every industry.
Right.
Every single industry. Like, we can appreciate Nike, but that doesn't mean that we don't want some Black-owned tennis shoe companies.
Like this was a long time ago, Tiara, Portia. This was a long time ago. So like even on the DJ end, right? There was a popular nightclub in Atlanta in the middle of downtown called Opera, and every Wednesday night was college night. That was college night. Every Friday night was EDM night. And I remember me and Munson was talking one time. We was talking about the EDM DJs. That circuit alone was a 20 grand circuit. Like they were booking EDM DJs from other countries to come in on a Friday to do a 4-hour set just to fly back home.
Really?
I don't think. Yeah.
So huge.
So speaking of the circle of money, I don't think it's a even playing field when it comes between Black, white, other. I think it's more of a positioning. What you just said about the different cities, I think it's more positioning, because I've seen white, rich, corporate companies, celebrities. They'll build a city, like don't it like some of these
like Silicon Valley.
Yeah, they'll build their own city and real quick, and they'll do it collectively to where it'll grow into something. Do we have that ability? Yes. Would we do it? Nah.
We need to focus on more. We need to focus on putting Atlanta in every state.
Well, maybe not Atlanta, because y'all listen. Like y'all, it take too much to do a group project in Atlanta. Like we still failing in Atlanta. So maybe not Atlanta, because y'all got issues.
I like living here. Being from living in New Jersey, living in Virginia, living in North Carolina. I think the amount of Blackness and highlight of Blackness in Atlanta, I enjoy it.
What would you say, Munson?
I was trying to figure out what she was talking about.
For me, y'all don't listen. Like, I'm just saying.
I know you're not talking like you
got jokes.
Yeah, I know you're really not talking.
I'm talking about swimming pools in the club. I'm talking about parking lot, social distance parking lots with people.
I know we're not talking
on the top of the car.
The Black city with the white mayor. I know we're not.
No, I'm talking about.
No, that's not who's talking.
That was not where I intended this to go.
Parking lot.
That don't have anything to do with. All right, it's not an question. The governor has decided. Our mayor is truly out front and has said, "Do wear your mask." You couldn't be any clearer. She has been sued. She has been sued by the governor, a Black woman, for standing.
And what ended up happening? Y'all wasn't listening.
No, it's not y'all. It is not against.
Yes.
I'm just saying, nobody listen. Let's all together now. Let's work together as a team. Stay your asses in the house.
You are hilarious.
I'm just saying.
Whatever. First of all, just because nothing's going on in Detroit, let's not get that going.
Exactly, because we listen. We listen so hard. They trying to kidnap our governor. I'm just saying.
Outside of COVID, do you like the Blackness that Atlanta represents?
Yep. Absolutely.
Look, are we talking about community and economics, or are we talking about Atlanta?
I'm talking about well, really both, but I'm talking about in the way that Atlanta has built itself as being a hub for Black people to come, whether you're from here or whether you move here. You can get ahead as a Black person working amongst others in your community. Can we duplicate? Should we take the Atlanta
model, so to speak,
model formula and duplicate that in other cities?
To me, Atlanta has love Atlanta. I think Atlanta, yes, you can grow, but Atlanta has I think every state has this, but Atlanta really has a me option first scenario. Like the whole city has a me option first. And then build a community around me. It's not a, hey, let's team up and build a community. I haven't seen it. Hell yeah. Because we're top 5. Atlanta, New York, Chicago, LA, Houston really run the country. Like people
Right.
follow suit to those 5. Atlanta partying, everybody partying. Well, Atlanta can do it, we can do it. Oh, Chicago is building a new building. Well, I guess we can build a new building. So those five cities actually set the standard for the United States. My personal opinion. I don't think people look at. I think people look at Atlanta as Black utopia.
I wouldn't go far to say, I wouldn't call Atlanta Wakanda, but I just think that up north in New York, a lot of people that move down here do say that people are more friendly here and more inviting. And then people say that people out in LA can be a little bit more petty and a little bit more catty, and they're not necessarily going to put you on in the way that you could come to Atlanta, meet somebody, and, you know, things can change for you. But that's just a personal
Perhaps.
Yeah.
Anyway, what else we got on your report, Tiara?
So next we have Trump and Biden again. So I found this to be really interesting. On their next debate, which is the final debate before the election, while one of the candidates are talking, the other one has to be on mute. Their mic will be mute the entire time for that whole 2 minute to 4 minute amount that they have to talk.
Like
so no more I'm talking.
In the mechanics of this, right? So are they also going to mute the mics while the other person is talking? Is that what they're saying?
Yeah.
No.
Right. I'm so curious as to how they're actually going to do that.
That'll be in. So are they going to do it in person?
It's going to be a live debate.
Oh, this should be interesting. What day is this? I'm ready for
this.
It's
Thursday.
This Thursday?
Yeah.
Oh,
Thursday.
This the last one.
This is going to be hilarious, Portia. This is going to be entertaining.
It might be, but I'm hoping that they give the moderator the power to actually mute and not just tell somebody else to mute. Like bring that power in house. Like mute.
Yeah.
Your 2 minutes are up. Mute.
Yeah.
So it'll be interesting to see how they actually pull that off.
Yeah. So no more interrupting. No more I'm talking, I guess. Which is sad because I don't think there's ever been debates that they've had to even think about doing something like this before.
They should have did that after the first debate because they saw that nobody could really, again, follow rules and you know, work collectively. Like whatever. I said mute the mics a long time ago. Mute them.
This new Portia is over it. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the new Portia Monique. Iris Baker said I thought it was gonna be virtual. Me too, Iris. I thought it was gonna be virtual. This ATL moment speaks to the this is Kathleen. The ATL moment speaks to the pervasiveness of Black folks' pain and delusionment with American dream, and let's wake up and get it and vote. Thursday debate will send Trump home for the remaining voters. You know what's so crazy? Let me tell y'all something about Trump. Stop. I'm voting Biden-Harris ticket. Y'all better stop underestimating. Trump got something up his sleeve. I guarantee you he got something. And he's gonna wait till the last minute when he realizes he's losing to pull it out. He gonna catch corona again or it's gonna be something wild. That's what I think. It's gonna be something really wild. Y'all better watch Trump.
What you think? I mean, what can he do?
Create something. He can create a war. He can create I do believe the gentleman that I spoke to, and I can't wait to publish that story on rollingout.com. The gentleman that I spoke to, formerly of the Secret Service, said the next war, if there was to be a World War III, it would be a race war. He said that Trump has created a division.
We already in a race war.
Thank you, Iris. Yeah, we already in. She said, yes, we do, Romeo. People better wake up. People better wake up. He's not, yes, are like Munson said earlier, is he gonna lose and they have to kick him out the White House? Yes. But don't think for 2 seconds that this man is gonna just walk out this White House.
We might really become like the Confederate versus the Union again. I really have those vibes. History repeats itself. It's super scary, and I feel like that could happen.
So he gonna
We're
be
not
one
gonna speak that into existence, though.
I don't want that to happen at all. God forbid. But it just seems, we're so divided. That's why it's like whoever wins, how can we become a collective country? Other countries think we're crazy right now.
But we've been divided before. So this history got to stay on the history. Ms. Berry, stay on the history. We've been divided before. It is not this country.
Do you think we've ever been together? Historically, since 1619.
It's a process. It's an evolution. It's an evolution for Blackness.
Oh, have we been together? It has to be something epic. I know this is it's funny, but it's not funny. I remember somebody saying that there has to be something epic that happens in this country for everybody to be coming together. It got to be one of those world-ending scenarios like aliens or a comet.
Climate change.
Yeah,
Climate change.
Gotta be major for people to get on one accord. I don't see it happening. I'll be honest with you, TR, and this is not to cause doubt to any of the viewers, but I don't particularly see 100% we are the world.
Yeah, no.
I don't see it.
I see it. I think it's possible. I think we could come together. I think we are the world is the reality. We just all need to want it. So we're going to speak that.
Portia, what year did you see that? In 45?
2023, after coronavirus, and people have this kumbaya moment to come together and love everybody. 2023. I'm just saying, kumbaya, my lord, kumbaya.
I don't know.
Find the doggone.
Look at Tiara agree with me. Aliens, then we all come together.
Only because I just think about I don't know. Maybe I'm just one of those people like burn the whole country down and let's rebuild it all over again.
We ain't gonna be here if we do that.
Well, not the actual country itself, not physically burned, but I'm saying like Constitution, Declaration of Independence, the justice system, the executive branch, the judicial, like we need to really recreate it and do it in a way that satisfies not just parties, but the American people. Whatever you look like, whatever you believe in, we need to come together collectively and do that. I think all of these different political parties are doing right now is either trying to change something or trying to keep something the way it is. No, we need to scrap it and do it all over.
Not possible. We can't even agree on basic rights. Let's
right.
Okay, so even if we start with basic human rights, and then like you said, we get to individual Black, white, Hispanic, LGBTQ, individuals, we can't even get to basic. So if it's 2020 and they can't even agree on, women's right to do whatever they want to do with their body. The common laws, how I never understood this, how there's different laws in different states, but y'all don't see a problem. Like, hey, President, Senate, Congress, y'all don't see a problem with that? Like, this state is staying your ground, but this state is, you killed somebody. Well, hold on, man. Like, what are you talking about? Right. So we can even agree on that. I don't see it, TR. And
it's crazy.
As far as Portia and We Are the World, I don't know
what world she's talking about. Yes, y'all. Come on, kumbaya. We are the children.
I was just talking about this. I was talking about this the other day with my friend. The fact that, if you think about the 13th Amendment to a constitution, the fact that you have to amend, right, in a law, the fact that we had to amend our Blackness, how do we ever really prosper when we had to change our constitution and amend that? You know what I'm saying? Like, we need to do it all over.
I mean, It would. You know what though? I'll throw you a layup. In order for that to happen, the whole entire Senate, Irish Bacon say we need to get along with each other before we can expect others to get along with us, no matter what your race is. That's a fact. I will say this: in order for that to happen, TR, you would actually have to create a collective, and it would have to be a round table of Black, white, Hispanic, Jew, Chinese, LGBT. Like it would have to be one person, not saying they represent the race, but that represents the culture around one table coming to agreement. I don't see that happen. Because how many in the Supreme Court? How many judges are Black now?
Right.
How many? Is it 0?
I think it's 0 now. I forget the man's name, but he passed away. And then, you know, the recent passing of
RBG, what's her name?
Yeah. So
is that,
I don't think
that's her acronym?
Yep.
Ruth Bader Ginsburg, yes.
Yeah, RBG.
I don't think nobody's on there now, Portia. So
I'm looking it up. Let me say, y'all. Internet is a dangerous thing sometimes.
I don't know. I don't want to be the Debbie Downer because it's so sad, but I just fear, you know, bringing kids into this world with.
Right. I
scary.
love my mom. I love how my mom built me, how she branded me, how she made me focus.
Last time,
Portia, you know, to give Portia credit, like mentally, I'll say this about women more than dads. Portia mentally has to set herself every day. I'm not speaking for you, Portia, but I believe she mentally has to set herself every day on: is my son okay? Is he following what he was taught? He's going out into this world, whether he going to the store, grocery store, this, that, and the third. Now, on top of that, is he using his knowledge that he does have to share with his friends? Like these days and times, a kid, you literally have to you have to build them block per block.
Like, and tell them that it's normal to wear a mask, you know, like on top of that. Normalcy is not even what was normal.
Yeah, no, Romeo, you hit the nail on the head with that one. It is a daily thing, but as a parent, you have to learn how to don't pray and worry, right? And so you have to pray about those things, and you have to have faith in yourself that you've done the right things, you said the right things, you guided them on the right path, and don't pray and worry.
Let me ask you this though, not on your end, is that an option? Is that a realistic option? Because on your end, you're good. We're talking about on what the world is bringing them every day. Because that's the worry. Like it ain't what you taught them or how you raised them or how you presented them to be. It's the outside world that's coming at them like, hey buddy, I'm about to antagonize you. I'm about to
So you have to definitely pay attention to the teachings that you put inside of them, and hope that, you know, whoever you allow to teach your kids in terms of schooling or church or whatever, they had the right intentions, so that they will know how to react when they're put in different situations when people are coming at them wrong. So I'm just hoping they know how to fight, because they ain't had a fight. I got some true suburban kids, and they have not had a fight a day in their life.
What?
They haven't. So I mean, except for fighting each other, because you know they have siblings. But my youngest, he probably had a fight. I think he was 9. It's a damn shame that you could remember the singular fight that they had. He was 9 and he was fighting a 12-year-old, and he had some issues with it, you know, whatever. But you just hope you put the right stuff in them. I probably could have sent them to boxing.
Portia, I was about to say that you've never got the, hey, Miss Monique, we need you to come to the school, because you never got that call.
So I did get that call, but it was they were about to fight. They were like the, it wasn't
They was up against each other's soldiers.
close because right. It wasn't none of them. So
Oh man, that sucks. No,
Don't say that sucks.
No.
Well, it really does suck because
it does.
You don't know how they're gonna handle themselves when they get
in the real world. Yeah.
Correct. I think if you're not what we was talking about last week, if you're not teaching kids, young adults how to properly handle a weapon, they should be taking boxing or wrestling, or they should be taking something. Like
definitely need to know how to defend. Yeah, know how to defend.
Yeah, we not, and I'm talking about not that TV stuff, huh? Like that TV stuff don't work, buddy. There's a when I get back, I definitely was gonna start taking up MMA, because there's an MMA facility.
MMA though, that's
because
that's next level fighting.
I'm just not convinced that, like we had said something about something was happening. We was in the car and somebody had cut me off, and somebody in the car was like, if we had to get out the car and fight, would y'all be ready? And my youngest said something like, well, fighting is not the best thing to do. Hold on. I'm gonna need you to be ready. Like, I'm gonna need you to be ready. I might not be.
See, that's the kumbaya that you were talking about. He has the utopia we believe in.
Sir. If we have to get out the car and fight, I'm gonna need you to be ready. Okay.
Your son a politician.
He needs to know when to be Meta World Peace and when to be Ron Artest.
Right.
My mom can protect herself. Can you protect yourself, TR?
I have pepper spray.
No.
I have pepper spray. And I have pepper spray and the Lord. I don't like to fight.
TR.
I don't like breaking nails. I ain't breaking no nails.
I'm gonna need you, first of all, TR, I'm gonna need you to know how to protect yourself. And I ain't talking about no pepper spray.
I did take a boxing class my freshman year. And I do know the basics. 1-1, 2-2, uppercut. I know all of that. So I mean, don't try me. That's a message to anybody. Don't let Romeo laugh and make you think I'm soft, because I'm not.
No, that's not why I'm laughing. Watch this. Hey, Portia, you know how to protect yourself?
Absolutely. Listen, absolutely. That's why I'm like, my kids talking about, well, fighting might not be the most responsible. You better get your ass off this car. You better help everybody. You better be the first one to jump. Like,
I think that's an interesting question. If you grow up and, like, my parents, they grew up in the hood, but then I didn't grow up in the hood and they didn't want me to. So then it's like you get to these ages and you realize I can't fight, and my mom never really wanted me fighting, but now she's mad I can't fight.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely when you grow up, you want to get your kids out the hood and all that, but we should have had some foresight of, okay, well, they not really in the neighborhoods, so we probably should send them to boxing. We probably should make sure they know how to do martial arts. We probably should do something, because they some kids that you just be like, y'all ready? We think we ready.
Yep. Yep. I agree. Well, I agree with Portia. Don't make it a thinking option. Like see how I asked Portia that question? She was like, "Yep, I'm ready right now." Hey, don't make it a thinking option, TR. Not these days and time. Iris Baker said it's sad, but nowadays you have to teach your kids that everyone ain't their friends, and you need to watch their back all the time. You absolutely right. I think one of the saddest stories I ever heard was that AUC story. The young lady, the young lady who got killed by the roommate and
the roommate.
You know what I'm saying?
Which one was that? I missed that.
That was, what was that?
That was
When did that happen?
2019, right? That was in the
Was
2019.
it 2019? It might have been, yeah. That was because
Roommate
I remember being on campus and we had because I took a violence against women class and we had a deep discussion just about violence against women as it relates to amongst ourselves. And I really remember. And
she was
I remember
Detroit.
at first they were looking for her. She was lost. They couldn't find her. And then a couple of days later, the news dropped across campus that it was a roommate and the roommate's boyfriend that killed her. It was ridiculous.
Hey man, but learn how to protect yourself.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not playing and I'm not saying she didn't know that, but I'm saying like one of my aunts who I love very much, she's very hilarious. She said, if you gonna go down, you better make sure that you go down, leaving all the evidence that you can, and somebody going down with you. Yeah, don't make it a singularity type of thing. So
rest in peace to her. Just a life taken far, far too soon.
Yeah, by any means necessary. Hey, Iris, I love Iris. By any means necessary, teach your kids to protect themselves.
Listen,
all day.
It ain't too late for them to get in the boxing, Iris.
Because I'm pretty sure. Before we move on, I'm pretty sure even Portia as a mother, even my mom, Portia would rather get a call like, "Hey, we're calling because your son bust somebody in the eye."
Who won? Because when I get there, it's gonna be a problem.
Outside of, hey man, we're calling you because your son was assaulted. I guarantee you, as Portia as a mom would prefer her son beat somebody's ass outside of her son got assaulted. Am I wrong or right, Portia?
No, you're right.
Mm-hmm.
So, you're right.
Yeah, I definitely believe that because my mom, she's always like, I'll fight a kid. So if you need me to help you fight them, just let me know. Like, no parent wants to see their kid get beat up.
Listen, I'm the type of mom that, and they'll be so embarrassed, but I'm the type of mom, I'm like, where they at? We want to get them, where they at? Ma, it's okay. No, it's no, baby, where they at? Anyway, let's keep it moving, y'all. We got Black History, Jewel, and then birthday.
Yes, Black History. This is one of my favorites. I've been learning so much. So back in 1904, Margaret Bush Wilson became the first female president of, no, not that she became, she was born on this day, my bad. She is the first female president of the NAACP, and she was born today, back in 1904.
All right.
So, happy belated.
Well, her name was Margaret Bush Wilson. Okay, love it.
It's a lot of strong Black women that y'all have been highlighting. I love
it. Yes.
Man.
Birthdays.
And then we got birthdays.
Who birthday?
Oh,
y'all better stop it. Okay.
We have K to the A to the MALA. Happy birthday to Kamala Harris, who turns 56 today. I should have said her last because she's just so important. We have Sunny is it Hostin? Sunny Hostin. Okay. Hostin. 52. Snoop D-O-double-G. 49. I thought he was older than that.
Man, you don't stop. Okay.
I mean, I really thought Snoop was in his 50s.
Look at Portia. Okay, Snoop.
NBA YoungBoy turned 21.
21?
How would you thought he was?
That's that Gen Z stuff. He got
like 6 kids.
Oh, yeah, Gen Z. That's that Gen Z stuff. He be sitting up there talking all that crap. Sit down, sir. Lord.
Yeah, he already 6 kids in. They got what new one?
5 or 6. Mm-hmm.
Dang.
That's crazy, y'all. He we got balloons. The cake is on the way. Happy birthday to all these people, including him, even though he got.
We got balloons, yeah. The cake is on the way. We got the music playing, cause it's your holiday. Woo. We invited family, and everybody came. I strike a pose for me like you in a picture frame. And you got your finest clothes on, and $1 million smile. So we gon' celebrate, you for a while. Yeah, yeah. And don't forget we got the candles. When you away, then don't forget we got the candles, candles, candles. Happy birthday, gonna celebrate you for a while. Candles, candles, blowing you away. Wait, 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 wait. Candles, candles, candles. Happy birthday, happy, happy girl, happy, happy girl. So if you're proud.
To make
Put your hands up, clap them in the air. If you see somebody.
Oh, that was it? I thought we were still jamming. My fault. Happy birthday to everybody, man. Shout out. Hey, Sonny. Happy birthday to everybody else.
Why you speaking to Sonny like that?
Hey,
You like,
well,
you like Sonny? You like what you see?
me and Sonny got a long-lasting future relationship, so I think she's super dope, especially when it comes to politics and stuff.
All right.
I like that name, Sunny.
Okay.
I see you, Sonny.
Social report. What's going on in the world of social stuff,
Romeo International rolling out social report wherever Ashley go. I'm gonna go with her because it's Ashley, and she still ain't explained why she got her brand new hair done. Shout out to my partner Michael B. Jordan. Everybody knows I'm a big kid. Everybody knows I like comic books. Michael B. Jordan is set to produce the upcoming Static Shock movie. Now, I don't know if y'all know who's Static Shock, but Static Shock is actually a black superhero with the power of electricity, and his Static Shock, and he's a kid. So I'm super excited to see what young black superstar is gonna play this character. He will be set in the DCU universe. So shout out to Michael B. Jordan. He has 2 films right now, and it really slipped my mind. He has 2 films that he produced and directed that are on Netflix right now. And one of them is about the power of reading, and the other one is a young black kid who has superhero powers. So I'll definitely get that.
I think I know which one you're talking about. Is that the one that he starred in too? Because he starred in one that hit Netflix.
He was in both of them. Yep, he starred in one of them. But you definitely need to check that out. And the one thing I love about him is one of his first movies that he produced, he actually still had a young black male leading role playing the main character, which was super dope. So Michael B. Jordan has always been,
and he also plays a father in Raising Dion. He's in the Black Panther, so he's definitely all about black superheroes and representing us in the best light.
I hope he becomes Black Panther. I don't know what y'all plan on doing Marvel Universe, but Michael B. Jordan.
But he was such a good Killmonger, though.
I can't see it going nowhere else right now. So give it to him. Give it to him. Next up, wherever Ashley go, she gonna go. She's still gonna have to explain who this new boo is, or something like that. Hey, so the reason that I wanted to put y'all aware of this because I understood it, but I didn't really understand it. Apple sold 2 million iPhones in the first 24 hours. So surpassing iPhone 11.
Run up the bag.
Now, let me rewind. iPhone sold 2 million brand new iPhones in 24 hours.
They probably haven't even made them yet.
I'm trying to equate that to voting. I mean, whatever their campaign is, I'm gonna need that to translate over to people, and I need 2 million people to go vote in 24 hours. How about that?
How about that piece? Right.
You got time to buy an iPhone. Like first of all, the economy ain't too down if 2 million people can buy a brand new $1,200 iPhone.
Oh no.
And don't judge me because I put my order in too. So don't judge my life. I'm just saying.
I got a phone call on mine. Did you pre-order? I didn't pre-order anything. I'm sorry. No, it's a no for me.
No.
I can't wait to hear it. But I hold on to iPhones for at least 2 years. So it's about that time.
See, I get a new one every year. So I'm calling.
Oh, you one of the bougie iPhoners.
Right. He's an iPhone
No.
snob. Yeah.
Tiara, don't judge my life, okay?
Oh,
Leave
now
me
you
alone.
got two of them. Okay. And you ain't got a case. Where's the case?
Case? No case. You just buy and keep moving. Yes, D Chills. She's staying with her 11 Pro Max and leaving iPhone alone for a while. But too many people need to go vote. Next up, wherever we go, I won't actually grab that video too, but what we're going to actually, I'm going to show y'all. It's funny. So check this out. Shout out to CVS Pharmacy. The 24-hour CVS said they will be hiring. They want to hire 15,000 people to prepare for the rise of COVID-19 cases. Now the question becomes, how does CVS know that it's going to rise? But CVS is now hiring at this point in time. So
what Fauci know that we don't? What information is Fauci not giving us?
Hey, let me tell you something. I thought about that too, TR, because I was like, when corporate companies start hiring and they say they're hiring because of COVID, they do know something that we don't know yet.
They know something we don't.
Hey, anybody you know looking for a job right now at this moment, they can go apply, and hopefully that helps the economy out as well. Next up on the docket with Ashley. I love Ashley. So I saw this trending yesterday on social media. I don't know what the big deal is. It's whatever. J-Lo is under fire for referring to herself as a black girl from the Bronx in the her
I need
song.
to hear this song. What's the song?
Well,
I need somebody to roll the tape.
The new song is in reference to Jenny is back, and there's a line that says she's just a black girl from the Bronx. Now Portia can stop with the face looks, and
I'm
Portia
literally
can stop.
Googling this.
Like it is nothing wrong to identify yourself as black if that's how she feels.
Okay.
Plus she is.
Okay. Hold on. To that argument, Romeo, are you saying that there's nothing wrong with let's just say Kylie Jenner, who clearly made herself look black? Are you saying that it's nothing wrong with her to change her looks to make herself look black and consider herself black because she got a black daughter? I'm just asking.
Okay.
Right.
So I Googled the lyrics, and she's actually saying it in Espanol. She's saying it in Spanish. So she says, "Yo siempre será tu negrita del Bronx." And that translates to, "I'll always be your black girl from the Bronx." So I think negrita is kind of like an Afro-Latino type of. I'm not trying to defend her, but if she is identifying as Afro-Latino, because a lot of Puerto Ricans do have black heritage.
Maybe she's saying that she's just a brown girl, and it's just being if she's saying a brown girl, okay, it's fine. It's fine if she say a black girl. It's fine. It is what it is. What y'all gonna do? Y'all gonna sue her? Like, what y'all gonna do? Y'all coming for her? Like,
what do you say about the people that grew up in the culture though? Like to your point you made earlier, right? The white guy who grew up in the black neighborhood, and around that neighborhood, you know, however he spoke, you know, it was accepted within that neighborhood. Now outside that neighborhood, he probably can't say different words and stuff like that. But what about that scenario? Like some people are just products of the neighborhood that they grew in. Now, as far as the genders are concerned, I don't know what color they are.
They're Armenian, which is a country right outside of Turkey, so they're not black.
So what are they? So and they're not.
They're
white,
Armenian.
So.
They're Armenian, so they're considered they're like, you know, like a Iran or Dubai, like that's their
Okay. So
Middle East. They're Middle Eastern.
I mean, so you know, you can't. I think it's a line you got to dance on, especially if you're the young black kid who grew up in the suburban neighborhood, and you know you talk a certain way, you walk a certain way. Like, how are you supposed to challenge that person's culture if that's what they grew up in. Like that's just how they grew up. So she grew up in the Bronx.
Yeah,
I'm pretty
she grew
sure
up in the Bronx.
Black and
She's arguably, you know, Afro-Latina. Even somebody like Cardi B. Isn't Cardi B Dominican? So, you know, but it's also within those Afro-Latinx communities, there's a lot of self-hatred of their Black heritage. So I think that don't be the pretty Puerto Rican and then lean towards being Puerto Rican and Spanish versus leaning towards your Blackness. So, you know.
Right. Because, hey, man, it ain't my fault that I'm pretty, Tiara. You know, I gotta walk. Let me tell you something, Tiara.
Now you're Latino now. You're Cuban.
No, I'm not.
Romeo, what else you got on your report? Okay, so J-Lo considers herself a brown girl. We just gonna say a brown girl.
The way you said it and sipping the tea at the same time, shade.
That wasn't shade. I'm not shady.
Yeah, tell them, D Shields. Black men definitely gave J-Lo her okay. Yep, black men sure did give her a pass.
It's pretty privilege. It's pretty privilege.
Just like what?
Pretty privilege. You gotta tell me about that one later on.
When you're pretty, you get away with stuff. That's what you're saying, Tiara?
I'm saying that, yeah, exactly. Like she's pretty, so she's able to say, oh, I'm Puerto Rican, I'm a cute light skin. You know, there's a lot of that in our community.
So you and Portia just done got away with a lot of stuff then, huh?
Did you see that head tilt?
What are you talking about? So pretty privilege. You and Portia done got away with a lot of stuff.
I mean, yeah. I mean, yeah. Okay, let's keep going.
Next up, where we going, Ashley? Wherever you want to go, I'll go with you. Okay, now this was trending, right? Me and Portia told y'all last week, don't let people walk up on y'all. So this was trending in a Starbucks where the young lady that was working was African American, and not only was she polite, not only was she doing her job and stating a policy that she did not make. Like Starbucks made these policies, but the young lady who was ordering from her decided to cause controversy, and I want y'all to hear this. Okay, if you haven't seen it.
I can't make it out.
Y'all hear it?
No.
What was that?
We couldn't see it or hear it.
Yeah.
So the thing was, young black lady was ordering a coffee. A young white woman was ordering a coffee. The black employee said, "Ma'am, you have to wear a mask next time you come in here, or I won't be able to serve you." Mm-hmm. The young lady proceeded to attack her, saying that I can do what I want to. This is not a communist country. I don't have to follow these laws. Can I please have some sugar? Can I please have some milk? All while the young black lady was being polite. She even told the lady to come have a nice day. The white woman walks out of the store, walks back in the store and says, F Black Lives Matter, and walks back out. The part that resonated was the older white woman that was behind her in line came up and apologized to the black employee for the actions of the white woman walking out. And the question came up, why didn't she intercede the white woman causing the controversy and not wait until afterwards to voice her opinion? So this had,
and you said that's the manager?
It was just a customer. Was it just a customer?
Yeah. Or it was another customer. Okay.
So that was the question. Why did even though the white woman behind her apologized for her, the question was, why didn't she feel privileged to say, "Hey, ma'am, you're being racist. Stop what you're doing."
During the actual confrontation?
During the actual confrontation.
I mean, that happens. White people do that all the time. They might not necessarily
Yeah.
enact racism, but a lot of white people are complicit with racism. A lot of white people, for instance, they don't like Trump, but they're not going to denounce him either.
Well, sometimes, it is a matter of, it really is not my business. I don't want to get involved. I don't want her to get irate with me. So I'm just going to wait until she leaves to completely diffuse the situation. And sometimes it's like that because you do see a lot of times when people jump into other people's issues or business and they trying to take up for them or they trying to break up a fight, something ends up happening to that person who's doing the breaking up. So maybe she just felt like, let's just hurry up and get her out of here to kind of dismiss the situation and let it die down. And then let me just apologize to you on her behalf, which was noble.
I'm busy apologizing for white America.
I don't know, as a man, as a human being, I don't know if I could stand. I do not know. I haven't been in a situation, but I do not know if I could actually stand there and watch someone berate another individual in that manner. Like I do feel like, Portia, I would be that person who intercedes or tries to deflect the situation, but I don't think as a human being I can sit there and allow that to happen to a Black woman in front of me.
Yeah, no, I don't think as a man, I think it's different rules for men. So I don't think I feel as if Black women need to be protected. And so if a man is standing by and he sees that, then I do think that he should step in. Now, when it comes to the situation of the older white woman stepping in to apologize, I don't know if interjecting while she was doing it would have helped. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
I just don't
But
think
you
it would help.
What do you think? What if a Black woman was present?
Well, she was. You mean customer, a Black customer? Oh, they probably would have double teamed her. They probably would have beat her ass, and she probably would have snatched her right on up. Hold on. Well, who you talking to?
You talking about if Portia was standing behind the white woman?
Yes.
Hey, listen, go on and get out. Go on and get out. And you don't get no coffee today. Swat it right out. You don't get no coffee. Get out. You don't get no coffee today. I don't give a damn if you paid for it or not.
I get that one, man. Celine D Shields. Well, D Shields is replying to Celine. Celine said, "I feel like in the past it would have been okay, but today's people are crazy and violent." And D Shields says, "Then call the cops on her." Impressed me with white women. Impressed me with white women when standing up for me. How far will she really go for one of us? Now
that's what I was saying. Yeah, they're not going hard for us.
Yeah, don't. If you see, first of all, if you see somebody out of line with me, let's say if it's a white man, if you see somebody out of line with me, don't come after me and say, "Hey, I'm sorry for how he acted." Nah, brother, that's you. That's just your people. Yeah, get him. Like, you should have checked him now. I'm not gonna accept I'm not gonna accept no after apology. This is just me, Portia. I'm not accepting no after apology because, hey, I'm sorry for the way he acted. Did you tell him?
Don't apologize to me.
A lot of times you just need to diffuse the situation and keep it moving. Like, get her on out of there. She was already being belligerent. She was already being irate. Just gone, leave.
And I hate the fact that it seemed like the situation became bigger than just wearing a mask. Now all of a sudden it's F Black Lives Matter. Like, why we had so now you just want to just remind me that you racist, you know? I don't like that. It should have been about the mask.
Well,
because you got to attach.
Yeah. Go ahead.
I'm gonna tell you something I've noticed. It's not about the mask. You have to attach something to the mask now.
Right.
Like, I feel like racist people and people who can't justify a simple mask, if you notice, they always attach something to the mask. Oh, the mask means Black Lives Matter. Who said that? The mask means I can't have a gun. Who said that? Like it's never the mask by itself.
Exactly.
It's never. It's always something added to it. So
They don't like the idea of anybody black telling you what you need to be doing. They don't like the idea. Oh, now you think you better than me? You more superior because you telling me to put a mask on? Okay, black girl.
Right. And you suddenly like, ma'am, it's a sign on the door. I don't.
We
own
try
Starbucks.
to be so nice. Like we keep it so calm. I'm tired.
You gotta be careful.
Fannie Lou Hamer, sick and tired.
Sick and tired. Girl,
okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, my D Shields. The mask is their new attack on us over everything. It really is. It really is. It's just not a mask. But I'm telling everybody, we telling everybody, hey, stay masked up. If they got to give you an excuse for it, if you got to give somebody an excuse for a mask, you're. I'm gonna say this. You're dumb. If I got to explain to you. Point. Yeah, at this point, TR, if I got to explain to you
8 months later, at this point. When was Corona supposed to be over again? April?
It's June. I think it was June.
Right. And when is Thanksgiving? Next month? When's Halloween? Next week?
Okay. Is Halloween next week? Y'all ready? Ready?
I don't need nobody's candy.
No, not candy. I don't think they're gonna allow candy. I wouldn't let nobody go out for candy. I'm talking about dressing up.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, I got my Batman. I told y'all I'm gonna be Batman. I got my Batman suit. I'm ready.
You took it with you? You got it with you right now?
Yes, I got my Batman.
But you know it's supposed to be every day next week.
No, I ain't know he's doing every day. We doing every day. Oh, okay. I'll figure that part out then.
Come ready. Be ready. We ready. Yes, let's figure it out, y'all. Okay. What we moving on to? What else we got?
What else we got? Was that it, Ashley, for me? And shout out to Ashley. Y'all will never see her behind the scenes, but she be behind the scenes causing trouble.
Making it happen. No, she makes it happen.
She causes trouble.
She makes it happen.
Okay, y'all. She does make it happen. Shout out to producer Ashley. We love her.
Shout out to producer. We ain't gonna let that 50 Cent trauma sprinkle into that. Come on.
Okay, let's go. What we got? Y'all. Okay, so they must have heard our cries, Jesus, when it came to getting someone who can handle the debate, right? So we have the first Black woman, Kristen Welker, the first Black woman to moderate a presidential debate since 1992 when Carol Simpson did it. So congratulations to Kristen. She will be moderating, first Black woman to moderate since 1992. And homegirl is going to come with it. We already know. And she also has the power of the mute behind her. So like I said earlier, I want to know how it's going to work. If she has the power of the mute within her finger reach, or if somebody else is controlling the mute button. It just would be interesting to know which one.
Hold on, man.
Apparently.
I'm trying to count. So you said the first Black woman since 1992.
Since 92. Right? Yes. First Black woman.
Yeah, there's been a couple presidential debates since then.
So
right. There's been several.
Yes. So the presidential debate is going to be held this Thursday, October 22nd from 9 to 10:30. It's going to be in Belmont University in Nashville, Tennessee. And Kristen Welker is an NBC News White House correspondent. Black girl. She gonna show up. She gonna show up and show out. We gonna claim it. We believe it. She's from Philly, so she a Philly girl. Okay, Shirley Carter. Shirley Carter.
So you know she ain't gonna stand back and stand by. She's ready.
You know what though? I bet they spinning on her. I will take a Rolling Out AM bet that they're going to spin it on her as, let's say it goes well. If it goes well, a Black woman control the room. If it goes bad, it's going to
irate Black woman acting acting crazy. She's ghetto. She's
she's not gonna do none of that. She is Harvard educated, so she's a Philly girl. So, and she's a White House correspondent, and she's been that for quite some time now. So I feel that she is going to hold her own. She is definitely going to control the debate. Nobody is going to talk to her crazy.
I mean, because she got the mute button, so you gonna try to talk to me crazy.
Hopefully she has the mute button. I'm thinking that they probably gonna let a third party, run the mute button. But if they give her the mute button, it's a wrap. It's a wrap. She said,
it ain't gonna be nothing but Joe.
Right.
Ain't nobody gonna hear nothing from Trump.
Right. She said, she gonna say,
it's gonna be a monologue. It's gonna be Biden's monologue.
So I'm hoping that she does have the power to mute and be like, okay, your time is up, mute. Thank you, President.
Yeah.
Mute.
And apparently Trump is not happy
President.
about it at all. Trump tweeted she's terrible and unfair, just like most of the fake news reporters, but I'll still
but that was after he spoke highly about her. So who cares? Nobody cares what he says at this time. He's definitely irrelevant. He next. Like, he's irrelevant. He's not believable. He's a liar. Like, what, the list goes on and on and on. He's not credible. Like, okay, so what? Anyway, all I know is that she's going to run this debate. That's all I know.
Period.
She's gonna control it.
She's like, what else he gonna say? He gonna say something regardless.
I don't even know how you can sit up there and say she's terrible. Like, what? Credentials. Let's just talk about credentials.
I promise you, we can't say, like, we can't be surprised at anything that he says anymore. Like, we should just stop highlighting it. I don't care. Like, I don't. Like, he gets on my damn nerves. Yeah. So D Shield said from Philly, oh yeah, she gonna own this debate. Yes, she is. Yes, she is, D. Philly girl. So she gonna come through. She's 44. She's born July 1st, so she's a Cancer.
Oh, okay.
So
what time is this portion? What time
9
is
o'clock.
this?
9 o'clock Thursday.
I'm putting this in my notes.
Oh yeah, we gotta do another watch party, y'all. We gotta do a watch party. Let's get it together. So congratulations to Kristen Welker making history, her story. And we can't wait to see it.
Yeah. I'm excited.
Excited is an understatement, because I am, for real.
28 years later, but we in there.
Yes, she gonna hold her own. Okay, so next up we have, Sue Bird. She plays in the WNBA. Their team just won, let's see, the Seattle Storm. And she said something that she probably shouldn't have. So she said, fans don't watch the WNBA because players are Black, gay, and tall. So I don't even know why we allowed her to say something, or why she felt like she wanted to say something like this. But basically, she was just saying that the WNBA has always had trouble attracting mainstream viewers because most of the women are tall, Black, and gay. And while that may be a true statement, like, you probably should have just kept your mouth shut. Like, you just should have. And then in contrast, she goes on to say that soccer is a, for lack of a better word, better sport with cuter, whiter girls. So she says, with the more demure and photogenic women's soccer league, which is full of players who are predominantly cute and white and straight, people are more prone to tune in today. Lady, have a seat, bask in your championship, be cool, and like, shut your mouth. Like, a lot of times, especially in this environment, like, it's just unnecessary. Girl, go on somewhere, sit down, be happy, y'all won.
Okay, Portia, I'm about to get in trouble. Okay. Women basketball in college is bigger than the NBA. It's bigger because the women's basketball in college is, it's attached to your alma mater, alumni, is that. I will say this though, the way the WNBA is presented outside of soccer, it's not presented as, I'm not gonna say feminine enough, because that's a bad choice of words, but it's not presented as a welcoming factor, right? Because I've seen the commercials, I've seen, and yes, it should be about your talent or whatever like that, but I've seen the commercials. The commercials are damn near close like a like an NBA commercial. But then on top of that, when I do look at soccer, or I look at you look at soccer, you look at tennis, you look at tennis, soccer. It's a more sexy, womanly type of feel. So I don't know about now. I don't know about the gay black tall thing. I do know that there are more women in the NBA who are part of the LGBTQ type community.
Yeah.
But it's not, I understand what she's saying. It's not like.
It's fine, but she didn't have to say it. Like, close your mouth, bask in your championship that you just won. Be happy. Go have a drink. Like, sit down, relax. So what? Next.
Do you support it? Do you support the WNBA?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely. I support it. Anyway, moving on. I'm tired of talking about her. Moving on. What else are we talking about? So T.I. comes to Ice Cube's defense and basically saying, don't cancel him. He's been around all this time. Why in 20, 30 years would he lead us astray? And he was just used. So, sometimes we do need people to advocate on our behalf. And T.I. is out there letting everybody know that, he basically felt like Ice Cube was just being used. He said, some of us come willingly and some of us get close enough to the flames to catch on fire, I guess he was saying that Ice Cube may have been too close to the flames. So he's saying you got to give Cube the benefit of his reputation. If we ain't, AINT, because that's a quote, if we ain't never known or seen or caught Cube on no bull crap, is actually SHIT, or doing no tap dancing and bending over backwards for no white supremacists, why you think he gonna start right now? Why?
Do we add in the fact of what he was doing before he made that Trump statement, when he was making a comment about Black America, when he was doing all his political talk? Shouldn't we take that into account? Besides giving, like, I get it, his credibility, what he's achieved, I'm 100% with that.
Mm-hmm.
We give him a pass. Like, we give him a pass because of that.
I was trying to read. I was reading Facebook comments. Terry on there trying to say something. Okay, whatever. So what? Anyway, going back to the story that we talking about, because Terry sitting up there talking about Subaru was trying to stand up for the Black women. Portia, she was pinpointing white racism as to why white viewers don't watch the NBA.
Well, jump on his Terry. Tell me about it.
Also spoke in support of getting justice for Breonna Taylor. That's cool, but so why say something that can be taken out of context like that? What she said was what she said. People don't watch it because they tall, Black, and gay. And in contrast, they will watch soccer because the girls are cuter, whiter, smaller, whatever. Why are you talking about the stories that I wrote? Then again, I'm that dude. Shut up, King James. Be quiet, King James. Anyway, going back to T.I. and Ice Cube. What was your question, Ramil?
Do we give him a pass? Like, do we? I think
everybody deserves a second chance, right? So I think I think what he was trying to do, he being Ice Cube, I think it was rooted in great intentions, right? I think he really did want to stand up and make this Black contract for Black America and really help out the Black people. But like we were talking about yesterday, he didn't have enough insight, and he didn't bring any backup. Like he just wasn't, I feel as if, I don't think he was educated enough to make that call by himself. And he just needs some people by his side. So it was rooted in great intentions, but it was also rooted in arrogant. He was being arrogant and narcissism. So thinking
Okay.
that I know what's best for the Black community. So
Okay. I think Cube's only downfall is going to be with this being a social media age, and you know, once something hit, I tell people all the time, man. The one thing about social media, once it hit, it burned like wildfire. In the first minute, 3 billion people already done seen it. So I don't think he's at a. I think he's at a default because regardless of the fact, everybody else is gonna still. The people who don't know him for his music and accomplishments, this is what they're attaching him to.
yeah, he got duped. He got played. He got played. Let's look at the video that we have queued up to see what T.I. said. I think we got a video queued up.
Truth be told, Polo the Don, who was the last to be manipulated by the administration, at least from my culture. Well, actually, before Q, the last before Q.
Yeah.
So I feel like they target, some of us come willingly, and others of us just get close enough in the flames to where we catch on fire. You know what I'm saying? But they reached out to me. Polo reached out to me and say, "Hey, Trump said he coming to Atlanta, man. He want to meet with you. He want to sit with you. What the fuck you want to sit for? What's going on?" Like, he said he just want to talk to you, man. He want to talk to you really serious about doing what, doing good for the Black community. I'm like, what the fuck you want to talk about?
Word. So
Trump, I can't even sit down with you, bro, because the only way I'm interested in doing it, the only way I do it is if you come here to expeditiously and we sit down and have a conversation.
You got to take care of yourself. You got to.
Yeah, so he came to his defense. And I just think he just got played. He got duped.
That's interesting. Hold up. But I caught something. So people from Trump's camp contacted Polo the Don. What's that relationship for Polo the Don to say, "Hey, T.I., Trump want to talk to you"? You see what I'm saying? Like, if I'm playing connect the dots, Trump's camp has a relationship with Polo the Don. They convinced Polo the Don, who's an icon music legend, in my opinion, to contact T.I. and others about coming to talk to him. So I'm with T.I. What's the conversation? And B, how are y'all
It's a no. It's just a no. What you mean? How are they having a conversation? You throw something that's here goes some money. We need you to do some outreach to your Black friends, and you ain't necessarily gotta be on Front Street with letting people know that you the one behind the scenes, making the connections, connecting the dots, and all of that. But here goes some money. Go do it. Okay.
Matter of fact, I'm gonna send something to Ashley right now that I definitely want you guys to see. A friend of mine the other day sent this to me because and this is a real thing going around. So apparently casting directors are sending notices hiring Blacks, minorities, LGBTQ, and others to be faces at his rallies. And they this is an actual casting. Actually, let me know when you can pull it up. But they're actually sending out invitations to others and paying them well, I might say, just to actually be a face in the crowd that they can scan. So that lets me know right now your whole campaign is a farce. It's not
bought and paid for, right? I mean, we remember, so they were doing, well, I'm not going to say casting directors, but you remember some of the people who were canceled back when Trump was running. And some of them recovered, some of them have not. But you take like a Chrisette Michele, for example. So they paid her close to $1 million to sing, and she's been canceled ever since. Right. So nobody even really truly messes with her anymore. I guess it just depends on who you are. So apparently Trump this year, Polo the Don was in the audience and Trump gave him a shout out. Just crazy. Just you know, how much is he being paid? Even though he is kind of like in the background. Well, T.I. put him on blast. The president put him on blast. I don't know how much more in the background he can be, but anybody fool with Polo the Don?
That's a good question. And you know what's so crazy? I know people treat their political views as a mystery, but I honestly would prefer to know that, hey, I support this person, and like, you know, I don't know why it's such a big secret to people, to be perfectly honest. You know, who you vote for.
Well, it depends on who's signing your check, Romeo. So we gotta think about that. It depends on who's signing your check. You can't say a lot when there might be someone Republican behind closed doors that's actually signing your check, and then you come out and you say something, then you get canceled and you get fired, and you know, it's what it is.
Got you.
Okay, so let's go to the casting slides. Romeo, this is what you were talking about.
Yeah, so this was sent to me the other day. A young lady who is a female model in the California area. She sent this to me and said, Romeo, check this out. So apparently, ethnicity, Black, African descent. There's a rally, must wear Trump gear, Trump apparel, and they were paying, if she got that loaded up too, actually, if you can flash that, I think they were paying like $250 a day plus plus they was gonna take care of your travel and take care of your food, all for you to stand. Now think about this: $250 for you to stand for 45 minutes in a Trump rally.
A lot of people, if presented with this, really don't have a choice. You know, when faced with getting $250 for 45 minutes, and all I gotta do is wear a Trump shirt, I really don't have to believe it. He lied, so how come I can't lie? So I'm gonna get up here and I'm gonna get this $250 because my baby's is hungry, and you know, I might be a little hungry, and so we gonna get this money. What people do for money. Where my snack? What people do for money.
Like you said, plus I got on a mask. Ain't nobody gonna know I'm here, Portia.
Ain't nobody gonna know it's me. They just need to see this little brown. They need to see right here. That's what they need to see. I'm gonna wear a hat. Ain't nobody gonna see me.
Hat, right.
I'm gonna get that. I'm gonna get that $250.
Let me go get this $250. That's where it is.
Right to get those people anyhow. You're talking about Arizona, so there ain't 1,000 Black people, period.
Right. But apparently the casting is going out to every city that he attends, as far as, hey, who needs some extra money for 45 minutes? And that's what it is right now. But hey, to each his own. Whatever y'all do, I ain't gonna never stop nobody from making
people. You will be surprised at what people do for money, and it just goes to show that I think a lot of people are just selfish. Therefore, self first. They're selfish by definition, selfish. So,
I mean, we all are now. Come on now.
Okay. I mean, to a certain extent, but
to a certain extent, right? Okay.
You say so. Do a lot for money. That's why you got to teach your kids, teach this next generation. Don't be bought. Don't be bought. Don't do stuff to get bought.
Just think about it this way: you go $250, and out of your $250, you get COVID. So how much did it cost you? You sit back and star and have a starring role at a hospital after that. Doesn't sound
role.
No, that doesn't sound like you win an Oscar, you know, having done that.
But when you face with maybe perhaps not eating for the next week, and you can get $250 worth of groceries because you standing up for 45 minutes, and no one is really going to know who you are because you got a mask on and a MAGA hat on. They want to get that money.
Hey,
run it.
Hey,
I'm just saying. I mean, of course, you want to stand on principle and be like, I would never but you when presented with that decision, you know, you look at a Chrisette Michelle, y'all turning down 700, 800,000 for one performance.
Hey.
What y'all gonna do? Y'all turning down $250 for 45 minutes of standing and nobody is really going to know who you are? What you gonna do?
Hey.
It is at the cost of your community. That's what producer Ashley just said. But you know, if I'm doing a pump fake, right, and I'm doing an overlay for the underplay, and I go to the rally, but I know I'm still voting for Biden, I'm just getting that $250 because I gotta eat. I'm just saying.
Right.
That's how a lot of people are thinking.
Brent Reborn said it's a sad realization that it comes down to people taking $1 to show up for Donald Trump. I mean, it's but like Portia just said, it's sad. But come on now, let's play reality now. Ain't nobody finna see me.
Oh no, they're gonna see you. They're gonna blast you now.
I'm putting on the hat. I'm putting on.
It doesn't matter. They're gonna have your ID. They're gonna have you. They're gonna have you Social Security.
And they gonna shout you out. Shout out to Polo the Dawn. Shout out to everybody at the Trump rally that's black. Shout out to Ice Cube. Thank you, Ice Cube, for helping. Yeah. For real.
No, so there's no anonymity when it comes to that. There's no anonymity. You don't get it. So it's happening. But it's all the voter suppression. When you think about it, it's voter suppression. How can we suppress the vote? Let's get the money and go vote against them. That's what you want to do.
So you got a slide for us, Munson?
No, I don't have no slide. I ain't seen no slide. I ain't running no slide I ain't seen.
Unbought and unbossed.
I never wrote that in my life.
Like that. You don't know what that is? Okay. That's what's up.
No clue. I never wrote that in my life. Never wrote it at all. She got a great.
I was saying, I hear you, Brent. Brent just said people who know you, have seen you in a mask, will know it's you. Brent, all right.
You can be, yes, identified in a mask. So I'm walking through the airport and I got a mask on and I see somebody that I know. They gonna be able to say, okay, that's Portia. You know, you in the grocery store, you got your glasses on, so you're easily identifiable in the mask. Don't think that you're not. But maybe not a mask and a hat. I don't know, y'all.
Oh no, the whole idea is a data grab. Pay $250. They're gonna contact your friends because they think all your friends are literally following you. So they're gonna get you for $250, and then they're gonna make lookalikes on social media. Because he wasn't certain, so all his friends on social media. So they just do a lookalike campaign. It's all those who will be or turn against their own community, not vote, will make lookalike campaigns after that and serve up friends. So it's really identifying people whose loyalty is not clear. If they take it, then they start going after their social media. It's intentional. It's voter suppression, and they create a lookalike campaign online.
Yeah. So
well, at least it's coming to the end now, and that's Thursday.
How many days left to vote, y'all? Where's our voter ticker? We need a voter ticker, voting ticker.
I think it's 14 days left, 13 days left to vote. I cannot wait.
So I went and got my absentee ballot yesterday, and I'm reviewing it. I do have a question though, right? Because it's not clear, and you really can't ask somebody. So the first option on your ballot is the partisan section, right? So that allows you to vote straight ticket, mixed ticket, or something else. I forget, but it says you can vote straight ticket in Michigan, but I don't want to vote straight ticket. I don't want to vote just completely Democrat because there might be some other people that I want to vote for, right? So do I leave that section blank and then just fill it out, or do I just go ahead and say Democratic and then fill it out? And if there's some other parties that I want to vote for, they will be counted for. Does anybody know? Can anybody help me? I need some help with that.
Somebody help Portia, because I don't know what's going on in Michigan.
Munson, are you familiar with that?
I am. I just don't vacillate in moments like that. I mean, we're where we are. Either vote and do it yourself and push everything, if that's where you want to be, or vote party. We're kind of at the last.
So even if we vote party, do we have to fill out the rest of it? You know what I'm saying? So
it for me, I want to check everything. I don't want to have an issue where they didn't get. They meant one thing. No, I want to be very clear.
Okay, so for the party
ballot, I'm actually showing up. So it's not a
right.
Might not do it, ain't gonna show up. I'm gonna show up.
Okay.
I'm showing up. If I'm gonna go get a ballot, I'm gonna vote. I'm not gonna look at the ballot, examine the ballot.
Well, I gotta look at the people who are on the ballot. So of course, you're gonna vote for Democratic Party.
I was just saying I'm not gonna touch it twice. I'm gonna go to.
Don't do that. He tried to use my stuff, y'all. Touch it once to be done. Touch it once to be done. I get it. I just wanted to look up these people though.
D. Shields said you have to be careful not to put straight ticket and then change the pattern on the ballot. She was told that it would make it invalid.
That's that's what my question is.
Thanks, D.
Yep.
That's what my question is.
Just thank D.
Thank you, D.
So
if I vote straight ticket, I have to also vote all Democrats all throughout.
You've done that when you do straight ticket.
But do you also go down and vote for each individual box, right? And if you vote, let's just say you vote Republican on one of the boxes.
Let's hear the answer, Romeo.
It'll make it invalid, Portia.
Okay, so what am I doing?
Like Munson said, make sure you check every single box that you want, so that there's no controversy on. Well, I think maybe she wanted this. Nah, you see my check right next to this name, and you see all my checks. Count.
So what are you saying will make it invalid, Romeo?
If you check that straight box and then check a Republican box or check any boxes after that, it makes it invalid. So, like if you choose an independent, your ballot may not be valid in that area. So you can't say straight box and then say, oh, let me check this person or this individual. It'll confuse the ballot.
So do I not fill that section out?
That's First King James. He's watching.
Can he come on and explain it to us? Because I really need some answers before I take my ballot back.
I want to invite D. Shields to come on.
D. Shields can come on too regarding straight ticket ballot voting. So facts, if you choose independent, your ballot may not be valid. That's what I'm asking. So I don't want to just vote straight ticket and then not be able to vote my individual people that I want to vote for.
You can't do both.
So leave that part blank is basically what you're saying.
Don't vote straight ticket, just
straight ticket.
So am I leaving the partisan section blank so that I can vote however I want to vote?
Exactly.
Sounds like Ashley
video portion.
What'd you say?
I think you need to call in and record that and play back with the state voters.
So I mean, right. So even when I looked it up online, there were a lot of people that had their same question. Like, I don't want to
seek the answers from a politician, bring them on the show tomorrow.
We got somebody coming on tomorrow, but they're not from Michigan. So maybe we can see if we can find somebody from Michigan.
Okay.
There it is. With answer directly on there. We get the dim director. Okay.
I think that's a real consideration if you think about being obvious versus making it hard and awkward. Right now, I'm going for the win. I'm not doing anything that is anything but a win.
Yeah, I'm definitely going to make it.
I'm on the front with Romeo.
I'm gonna make it as simple as possible. Here's the person. Here's my check. Here's the next person. Here's my check. You're gonna see my check.
But to Marcus's point, he said, "I'm checking everything." But so to me, that means you're checking the partisan section too. I don't want nothing to be invalidated.
Well, if the goal is just to do it once and be done, then I'm just voting whole total Democratic ticket and boom, I'm finished.
And so you just gonna put the one check in the partisan section for Democrat, and then that's it.
If that's what it allows me to do. But I would always ask that question if I walked in. Does this?
Go ahead.
Yeah. So I would ask a question.
But who do you ask a question to when you absentee voting and you
I'm
at
sure
home?
there's a 1-800 number you can call. I'm sure, we'll have to go ahead. I think you should call just the Democratic Party of Michigan. Call any of your elected official friends. Call the sister that they walked into the state house. We should have her.
Celia just posted a link.
Okay, Celia, let's go.
To give you instructions.
Thank you.
Thank you, Celia. I'm looking at that link right now.
With the Randall, it sounds like a bunch of ways to get confused.
This is what I was looking at yesterday. And so I was actually looking at this link yesterday, Celia, and someone in the comments represented my comment very well. Let me see if I could get to it right quick. I'm looking in the comments section. I don't see it, but let me see if I can find it. Anyway, they had the same question that I had. So
I say go for it. You know what? Yeah. Thank you. Check your ballot period before final submission. I'm with Kim. Yes, Kim. My Kim. But we're gonna make sure we make it simple as possible for everybody so that y'all can have an easy voting day.
Yeah.
Should not be a checklist.
Yeah, you can split your ticket, but if you don't, anyway, we'll find out. So we got somebody coming on tomorrow that may be able to answer that question, and then we'll see if we can get somebody throughout the rest of the week to come on as well. I'm casting my vote on Friday. So I'm doing my research. I did get a copy of my ballot. I am in the process of looking those people up. There are some people that they are Democratic, and I just don't want to vote for them. I don't like the policies that they've shown over the years. I don't like how, I just don't like their ethics, so to speak. So I'm not voting for them. But they're Michigan-based anyway.
To help with this confusion, since you picked up a ballot, what's the last mail-in date? Because what I don't want people to do is try to mail in their ballot 2 days 2 days before the actual day. If that's the case, like Munson said, get up, take your butt in the car, and go to the poll.
That's what I'm doing. Well, I got my ballot. They just said as long as it's postmarked by, I believe it's the 2nd. We'll see. Of November. And then it's valid on election day if you take it to your county clerk's office. Well, in Michigan, it's the county clerk's office, and you actually drop it off. They have voting boxes, drop-off boxes, as well as people who are working in the city clerk's office. And so
fake boxes, because they got plenty of fake boxes out.
Well, this one is actually the one that I went to yesterday is actually inside of the city county building.
No, I got it. I'm saying this, don't go for fake boxes. They making fake boxes too. So
yeah.
I wouldn't even fall for that. It's always gonna be that one person. Oh man, did you go pick up the box at the so-and-so building? Oh, I forgot. No, buddy.
Yeah, it's actually
get your vote in early or take your butt to the poll.
I'm getting mine in. I'm taking it. We gonna walk it in together as a family again and make sure our vote counts. So positive thoughts. I'll kick it off. Oh no, go ahead, Romeo.
I'll start. Positive. Here's my positive thought of the day from Romeo International Love. Love more people. Be kind to more people. That's my whole thing today. Love and be kind more than you're actually doing. And I throw it to Portia Monique.
My positive thought of the day is to stand on principle. Don't be out here getting bought, y'all. Like, stand on principles, stand for something. Don't fall for anything. Have some standards. Develop some standards for your life and stand on principles. And vote. Go vote. Go get your ballot. Google your ballot. Do some research before you cast your vote. Munson Steve. Throw on the ball to Munson Steve.
Special thanks to Harold, Tracy, to everybody, D Shields, all the participation. Thanks so much. Celia, it was great. We appreciate you giving us. We'll pull up a ballot tomorrow so we can start off the show. Show a few ballots so that you can read your ballot before you go. Don't read the ballot while you're there. Be a little interesting reading. Really confused, and why don't you read early? It's a possibility. Positive thoughts is we will win. We will win when we are together. We win when we are together. We are winning when we are together. So the Black community, let's win together. There'll always be others who are not necessarily for us, but we are for us. So that is all that matters. Positive thought of the day from Romeo International and Portia Monique. And we're rolling out. Wake up call. Rolling out AM wake up call. We love you. Got Health IQ tonight with Spinderella. Talking about, of course, this is breast cancer month. So if you know somebody, if you haven't got a mammogram and you're heading toward a good age of 40, definitely. But for all of us, keep your mental health going. We've got a great Health IQ. We've got a great, seat at the table with Jamal Green this evening. But we really appreciate all of you. Kim Taylor, everybody have a great day. Eric Thomas, have a great day. Iris Baker.
Shirley Carter was on.
Shirley, Mr. Payne, but we just
Kathleen Colin.
Share the show, put in a #1, share the show for us. Love you guys. We'll see you tomorrow right here.
See you tomorrow.
AM wake up call. Peace.
Hey, you do
Monique. Tierra Berry at